The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated, please. Good morning and welcome, everyone. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC BC 2020-07, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Gucati&Haradinaj.
Mr. Whiting and Mr. Pach are not here today, is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Reese, any additions or corrections to the staff?
No changes.
All right. Mr. Cadman?
No additions this morning.
Thank you. I also note that Mr. Haradinaj and Mr. Gucati are both present in the courtroom. Today, the defense will continue its cross-examination of Ms. Pumper. Before we bring back the witness, the panel will address a few matters. First, a notice and an oral order in relation to the ex parte hearing held on Thursday, 21 October. The panel heard the SBO in relation to a number of items on the updated Rule 1023 notice and possible counterbalancing measures. The SBO was ordered to include all of its proposals in its 22 October filing. The panel notes that the deadline for the defense to respond was set to this Friday, 29 of October. The panel orders the defense to submit any responses by 4 p.m. on Friday. The reason for this small reduction of the time limit is that the SPO is ordered to file any reply by the 1st of November and not by November 4, as previously ordered. The panel will render its decision on all new items on the Rule 102, Paragraph 3 lists as soon as possible after receiving the SPO reply. This concludes the oral order on the Rule 1023 time limits. Now, Madam Prosecutor, the SPO was ordered to indicate today by close of business whether it chooses to call the authors of the three reports, namely P92, P103, and P105, all MFIs. I don't want to put you on the spot now, but as you still have time, I just wanted to know whether there will be an oral or a written indication of your choice so that the panel is prepared.
There will be a written submission at this point, Your Honor, by close of business today, as ordered by the panel.
Thank you. The defense has, of course, until tomorrow close of business to respond. Now let's continue with the witness. Madam Court Usher, would you please bring Ms. Pumper in? Please be seated, Ms. Pumper. We hope you had a restful weekend, and we will continue today with your testimony. Mr. Reese will begin first. Go ahead, Mr. Reese.
Settle, Ms. Pumper?
Yes.
Good. I want to begin very briefly, Your Honour, with dealing with the identity of a SPO officer. As before, I am not of the view that this is anything other than publicly available information, but I'm aware of the previous trial panel's ruling that such matters should be dealt with in private session. So if that remains the case, I ask for us to go to private session.
I take it you will make the identification first, and then we can come back out of private session and continue with the questioning without using the name again?
It's a very... Yes, I can do that. Yes.
Okay, all right. I want to try to minimize the private sessions as much as possible. Madam Court Officer, you can go into private session.
Your Honors, we're now in private session.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Rees.
Thank you. Can we have, please, on the screen, DHG 0229?
Your Honor,
Thank you.
if I may, I would like to note for the record that this exhibit was not part of the defense presentation queue as notified at the start of the cross-examination from the defense. And I would also ask the defense to please state the relevance of the exhibits that he intends to show, as it appears for what the prosecution can understand based on this late notification irrelevant to the present case.
Yes, certainly Ms. Bellucci is right. They weren't in the presentation queue as originally uploaded. I do ask to add this document, as one can see, it's very straightforward. It's a picture of an SPO officer. I'll ask the witness to confirm who that is in a moment. There's a second image, which is an image of a blue Volkswagen Passat in the vicinity of the KLA WVA buildings. I want to ask her about those two images together with a further two supplementary questions about the blue Volkswagen Passat that we heard about on Thursday.
Microphone, please.
Was the next picture of the Volkswagen in your queue?
No, it wasn't. So these two photos...
Is there some reason why they were not?
We had not identified, it's my fault, I had not identified that I wanted to deal with these two images with this officer.
One other question.
Microphone, please.
Asked to identify the relevance of this particular material before we begin.
We've previously asked questions of this witness about which prosecutor was involved in the investigation at an early stage from the 7th September onwards. We have asked about decisions on surveillance and whether surveillance took place, to her knowledge, during that period of September. I've asked questions about the Volkswagen Passat. I wish to follow that up in relatively short form. These are issues which we say will go to the issue of the plea of police incitement in due course.
All right, first of all, you have to do a better job of getting your documents into your queue.
Your Honor?
This is in violation of our rules, and we understand your need to do this. We will allow you to introduce these two matters. Please don't do it again. Recheck your materials. Make sure that we have an adequate queue before proceeding. Go ahead.
Absolutely, Your Honor. Sorry, 0230. Now, can you see that there is a blue, it looks like a Volkswagen Passat, would you agree?
I have no idea.
and we can see that sat behind the steering wheel there is a figure with a headset on. Sorry, should I go back into public session at this stage?
Are you finished with names?
If we refer to that officer as A, Ms. Pumper, I'm going to ask you about the person in the car in a moment.
Sure.
All right, you go back into public session.
Your Honors, we're back in public session.
Go ahead,
So-
Mr. Rees.
Thank you, Your Honour. So we can see there a figure sat behind the steering wheel, in the shade, got a headset on, some sort of communication device. Can you see that?
Roughly.
And difficult to say, certainly on this, as the image has appeared on this screen. But can you say whether that has a resemblance to your colleague A?
I can't say that. I'm sorry.
Can I ask you to look finally on this point at, if we can have please the document that begins 089647 red and go to page 3 of that document. We can see there 3 images of a blue Volkswagen Passat. We can see the index number in the top image. Those images were taken by a colleague of yours at the Ulex compound on the 18th of December 2020. If we pull the last image alongside these, please. And fit to, sorry, so the image that we saw the moments before, which was DHG0230. So, if we look and compare the 2 images, would you agree that the headlights look similar?
Objection, Your Honor. It's not clear how this witness is competent to answer this question. She has not stated, she has been asked whether she has seen these pictures before, whether she has compared these pictures before, whether she has any experience in recognizing car models or specific car features. So the questions appear irrelevant in relation to the knowledge that this witness has stated to have in relation to this material.
Well, I don't believe it's irrelevant at this point, but there does lack a little foundation. You might want to ask some of those preliminary questions so that we establish whether this witness has the ability to answer it.
Well, I mean, it seems to me that we can all see the similarities between the 2 images, so I don't need to take it any further with this witness. The trial panel can see for themselves. Can I ask you this, though, Ms. Pumper? Does the SPO have a fleet of similar cars to this available to it to use?
I don't recall. I don't pay attention.
Right. So you do have a fleet of cars available to you to use?
You mean in
The
The Hague?
SPO officers in their work duties? You have a
Yes, we
fleet
do.
of- But you're saying you pay no attention to the make or model of those cars?
I don't use them.
Right. Can we look then, please, at... We can close those images down now, thanks. Thank you, Madam Court Officer. If we can look at the declaration beginning 084015, which I think is P86MFI. And paragraph 30, I think we had reached. Now, on Thursday, before lunch, we'd begun discussing your review of the documents you labelled Batch 3. And at paragraph 30 of your declaration, you referred to your account that there were names of witnesses, potential witnesses, other individuals and related information and evidence, including in Batch 3, which were not publicly disclosed in the framework of SITF, SPO investigations or proceedings of the specialist chambers. If I was to ask you for the names of those witnesses, what would you say?
I won't tell them to you.
Sorry?
I'm not sure what you want.
I would object, Your Honor, if the witness would be asked to reveal the names of witnesses that are mentioned in Batch 3.
Sustained.
Okay. So you won't provide us with the names of the witnesses, and I assume the same for the potential witnesses. What about other individuals? What does that mean? What other individuals?
I am sorry, I actually at this point don't recall whom I meant with other individuals when I wrote this.
And what does related information, not publicly disclosed, mean? What is that a reference to?
I don't recall what I meant with related information, but I would believe I meant personal details.
And what do you mean by evidence?
By evidence, I mean what information was contained which is relevant or potentially relevant to our mandate.
And you said not publicly disclosed in the framework of SITF, SPO investigations or proceedings. Was any of that information disclosed to a third party or parties outside the SITF or SPO or the specialist chambers?
Not that I'm aware of.
So, for example, well, certainly the information as to personal details and like would be in the possession, would it not, of the witness or the potential witness, his or herself? Yes?
Clearly.
And what about other agencies that, for example, the SITF or the SPO might have asked for assistance in locating an individual with? Would you share details to those agencies?
I mean, I can only refer to coordination requests where these details are contained in.
So that's a form of disclosure to an organisation outside the SITF, yes?
Yes.
And what about, is there any email communication that takes place between the SITF or SPO investigators and other agencies?
If I recall correctly, that in batch 1, I have seen 1 or 2 email communications, but that can be seen from the annex.
And, yeah. So what do you mean by publicly disclosed then, when you accept that there's information in batch 3 which had been disclosed to people outside the SITF or the SPO?
What I meant with publicly when I wrote this, I meant not in the line of work, like I would not consider coordination requests to be public disclosures.
Well, it's a disclosure to an organisation outside the SITF, yes?
If you consider that as public, I don't.
Right. So what do you consider as public?
Well, I can say that I don't, the communications which I have seen where information was disclosed, those communications I do not consider public.
Some witness names were publicly disclosed prior to the 22nd of September 2020, were they not?
Can you repeat this question? I apologize.
Some witness names were publicly disclosed prior to 22nd of September 2020, were they not?
Would you tell me which ones?
Well, if you look at look at paragraph 31 of your declaration, for example. Now again, this is publicly available knowledge in relation to that person and his name that I wish to explore.
She can read the name, you don't need to use the name unless you want to go into private session, which doesn't seem necessary. You can ask her questions about that person.
Okay, so you can read the name in paragraph 31. His status as somebody who had given an account to people investigating offences during the course of the within the mandate of the SITF and the SPO was publicly well known, was it not?
This specific name was given to me by the prosecutor, and I was requested to check whether his name is in batch 3. This is what I did, and this is what I wrote.
And I'll follow that. I'm asking you what you knew about that person's name. He's publicly very well known as somebody who has collaborated with people investigating matters within the mandate of the SITF and the SPO, is he not?
I have not researched that.
Well, I wish to direct the officer to a newspaper article published sometime previously. It's publicly available when it was published. It still is publicly available.
You may ask her if she's aware of that article.
Can we look, please, at DHG 0067 to DHG 0067. As long ago as 2nd of February 2012, that individual was giving interviews to the press, referring to another well-known person collaborating with those investigating matters within the mandate of the SITF there. Can you see that in the 4th paragraph of the article? Reference to the second name.
Yes.
And he states there in the 5th paragraph, he'd given a statement to the prosecution. He said that himself. Were you aware of that article and many other articles of a similar nature in relation to that individual?
I don't remember.
Was that name that we see in the headline the first name in that headline. Are you saying the first time you'd ever heard that name was when the prosecutor gave it to you and asked you to check whether that name was in these documents labelled batch 3?
No. I heard that name before.
But not in the context of the numerous public declarations made by him and others with his knowledge and consent that he had given a statement?
I don't remember specific articles. I remember that this person has made a public statement, but that's about it, what I remember.
Can you see the second name then in that headline?
Yes?
He is also somebody who for many years his collaboration with those investigating offences within the mandate, the SITF and the SPO, has been publicly known, is he not?
He's publicly known, yes.
Yeah, he's named, in fact, as a whistleblower in the Dick Marty report, is he not?
I don't remember now.
Well, that's a publicly available document, and the trial panel can see for themselves that he is. But you made no checks in relation to either of those persons in that referred to in that headline as to whether their status was publicly disclosed? No?
No, I did not.
I think we will have to go into private session at this stage because I can't deal with the next set of questions unless I refer to some names. Again, I make it plain, they're publicly available names, status is known, but I follow the trial panel's position.
Thank you. We may go into private session.
Your Honors, we're back in public session.
Mr. Rees, before I answer your question, Mr. Cadman?
Your Honour, it can wait until after you've dealt with. It's a matter of housekeeping, relates to presentation queue, one matter that I need to raise.
We will break now for the morning break and just be back here at 11:30 as previously planned. Mr. Cadman?
Just one matter, taking note of what Your Honour has already...
Does the witness need to be here?
No.
Madam Usher, would you escort the witness out? Be back at 11:30, Ms. Bumper. Thank
Yes.
you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Cadman.
Your Honour, just taking note of Your Honour's position earlier in respect of the additions that were made. As I'd indicated last week, I would make use of Mr. Rees' presentation queue so as not to duplicate, because effectively the documents would be the same. Two matters came up as a result of Mr. Rees' cross-examination. There are two additional documents that I would like to put into the presentation queue today. They are public documents. One relates to the presentation notes of the former Specialist Prosecutor, David Schwenderman, after his departure, and one relates to terms of reference of a particular position the SBO advertised.
I would suggest that you kindly let the prosecution know what they are and let them take a look at them, and if there's an objection, they'll raise it. Thank you. So we will be adjourned till 11:30.
All right. All rise.
Be seated. Mr. Reese, can you give us a hint about how much longer your cross-examination will take?
I will go into this afternoon, but I'm confident that I will finish today. And I may even finish before 4 p.m. this afternoon.
Well, that's the end of the day.
Well, and I might finish before then.
Oh, okay. We don't have a lot of days in November that are available to us, so bearing in mind that we keep moving this case along and we're interested in doing that, let's don't duplicate our efforts in any way. I'm not suggesting you did. I'm just suggesting that we be careful not to. And we will call in the witness and you can proceed.
Thank you.
Be seated, Ms. Bumper. I'm sorry. We will continue. Mr. Reese will still have the floor. Go ahead, Mr. Reese.
So in relation to batch 3, and material that you refer to as being of origin from international organisations and other entities, the material you label as batch 3 included references to statements of witnesses and other documents and information, didn't include the statements of witnesses or related exhibits, for example, themselves, did it?
Excuse me, I'm just thinking. So the material I'm referring to includes documents which we have obtained from these international organizations, and it includes interviews conducted with individuals who are mentioned in batch 3.
Mr. Reese, I also has nothing to do with this question. I just want to remind you we are in public session.
I won't refer to any details, I don't think, that would offend the trial panel.
No, I'm just giving that as a general statement.
I'm grateful.
I meant to say that before we began.
Sorry, can I clarify? I'm sure it's my mistake. I thought the documents you labelled as batch 3 were 2 incomplete copies of an SPO internal work product, to use your label.
That is correct.
So it didn't include the statements of witnesses and other documents such as interview transcripts, did it?
I apologize if I was not clear. What I meant to say is that this document contains references to documents and reference to interviews with individuals.
And do you say that some of those statements, for example, date back to proceedings held under prosecutions brought by the SPRK, for example?
No.
But you have referred to an order that we saw in the case number 88/2.
Your Honor, I would request that we go to private session for that.
Do you intend to use any names in your
I don't know any of the names.
All right. And
So the references to the case numbers are relevant considering the limited pool of individuals. Also, the references to the case numbers are relevant considering the limited pool of witnesses that were subject to protective measures.
all right, we will go into private session.
There was no original signature on the document in batch 3, is that right?
I don't recall.
Was there any signature on the document in batch 3?
There was none. Actually, there was no signature.
Do you know who affixed the word, the type word, confidential to the document, where you saw it?
Excuse me, did you say who placed it there?
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
Or when that was done?
I do not know.
Or on whose authority?
I do not know.
Did the document, in either of the two versions that you say were in what you label batch 3, or in any of the versions that you discovered subsequently, did they list who was entitled to access the document?
No.
Because the affixing the word confidential to the document was intended to designate, wasn't it, that at least one person could see it and probably more than one person?
I have no knowledge and I had no involvement in placing this word on this document or the thought process why it was placed.
What you saw in the documents labelled batch 3 by you were both incomplete in the sense that they did not appear to be the full number of pages. Is that right?
That is correct.
And they were also incomplete in the sense that some pages had been apparently photocopied and in the process of doing so had missed parts of the page. So words were cut in half and or chopped off.
Yes, that is correct.
So what was contained in the documents labelled batch 3 was not an accurate reproduction of any of the versions you subsequently uncovered.
It was not identical, correct?
Can we have a look, please, at ERN 081374 081378? And if we can have the English translation up alongside it, so that's the English. If we can have the original as well, please.
Is there a P number associated with that or an MFI?
Well, it appears that a portion has been marked as P125, but it's under a different ERN that falls within the range that Mr. Rees mentioned.
All right, we'll proceed with just the ERN number then. Go ahead, Mr. Rees.
Thank you, Your Honour. So if you can pull up the original, have it alongside the translation, please. So this is a document which, if we can fit to height, please, on both. We can see that on the left-hand side there's a web page. I won't read out the web address, we can see it. It's arbresh.info is the website, yes?
Correct.
And can you confirm that website, that web page is still publicly available in full?
I don't know whether it's currently still available.
Obviously, I asked you about some other websites you referred to, other web pages last week. Have you not since checked whether these web pages are still publicly available?
Since you asked me,
Yes.
no.
Okay. And that's published by arbresh.info, and it has a representation of a page headed Executive Summary, and your evidence is that that is a copy of a document that corresponds to the internal work product version that you, or versions that you discovered?
That is correct.
Of the versions you discovered, you said somewhere between 5 and 10 through your own research before you were provided with a copy, that most closely corresponded with your analysis of batch 3 by, at the request of the Deputy Specialist Prosecutor. Of any of the versions you saw subsequently, does the page that we see here, published by arbrecht.info on its web page, correspond to any of those versions?
I cannot recall.
So it may correspond with all, that page may correspond with all 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 or 11 versions that you saw. But you can't say now.
I don't recall. I did not pay attention to this page. I looked at the page number to figure out, am I looking at the right document?
We can see, can we go down in the English translation? Can we go to the next page, please? This article published by arbrecht.info described that this was a referred to number of people being held responsible for crimes committed during 1998 to 1999 as alleged by the SPO, yes?
It states that.
And again, please. And again, please. And if we can turn to 081385, so the next page, I think. This is an image on that web page, still publicly available, of the page headed 1 Executive Summary, yes?
Correct.
And can we pull up then the image that I hope is still there, the arbrecht.info image 081374, and have them alongside each other? Now, there are differences, are there not, between those two documents, albeit they're both headed with either 1 or Roman 1, capital letter I, dot executive summary. Yes?
Correct.
An obvious difference is that the version on the left, sourced by Top Channel TV from a source at the Specialist Chambers, according to the article, has highlighting in either green or yellow with the words executive summary and then names in the final sentence in brackets on paragraph 1, yes?
Yes, I can see these highlights.
And you cannot assist with who added that highlighting or when, is that right?
No, I cannot.
There are other differences. If we look at the bottom left-hand corner of both images, there is a greater or lesser extent to which we can see part of a word, yes, that ends with T-I-A-L. Do you agree?
At the right side, yes, correct.
And the copying of the footnote makes it clear that there is less text available in the copy on the right-hand side, the arbrecht.info version, than apparently in the Top Channel version, yes?
Less text looking on the left side, the beginning of the footnote.
Well, as I look at it, it's the right side. It's the arbrecht.info version.
Sorry, the left side of the page, I mean.
Yes.
Sorry.
And also the right, in fact.
I can't see the left side if we can,
So, for example...
when it ends, because they are overlapping.
Oh, I see what you mean. Absolutely. There we are. There we are. Thank you. So, in fact, we can see there that there is more of the text of the footnote on both the left-hand side and the right-hand side of the page in the Top Channel version than on the arbrecht.info version.
That is correct.
If we go to the top left-hand corner of both documents, we also see there's a difference there, isn't there? In that the version seemingly in the possession of arbrecht.info has an obvious staple mark, just slightly higher than the level of the words executive summary. And the Top Channel version has no apparent staple mark. Would you agree?
That is correct.
We cannot say whether, you cannot say, I should put it that way, when the staple was imposed there on the arbrecht.info version.
No, I cannot.
And you cannot say, can you, whether the version that we see well, one can assume that the top channel version is not a copy of the Arbrecht info version in the absence of the staple. Would you agree with that?
Say again, please.
That the top channel version of this page is not a copy of the Arbrecht.info version, because you would see the staple mark on the left. Would you agree with that?
Objection, Your Honor, it calls for an assumption.
You can answer if you know.
I don't know.
Well,
Ms-
what?
Excuse me just a moment. Any reason to stay in private session for this information,
No.
Ms. Prosecutor? I can't hear you.
No, Your Honor, unless we go into the contents of the documents.
Well, we'll leave that to Mr. Rees, who seems to understand the parameters. So we will go out of private session.
As we're now in public session.
Thank you. Mr. Rees, you can continue. Please let us know if we have to get into any of the protected information.
Well, is it a matter for expert analysis that if one was to photocopy a page headed executive summary with a staple in the left-hand corner, that you would expect the photocopy to reveal the presence of a staple in the left-hand copy?
If the staple was there when it was copied, yes.
Yeah. So we can't say whether they're a copy of each other, and we can't say whether which copy came first,
I can't.
or who copied it.
I can't.
Can we look now, please, at SPOE? In fact, before we do that, no, I apologize. We will look at this document now to save jumping in and out of public and private sessions. Can you have a look at SPOE 00220 920. Leaving those current documents accessible, if we may.
For the record, that is P106 MFI.
Thank you, Madam Corns. So this document was, I think you say, found in the document you label as batch 3. Is that right?
I mean, I would look at the year and number. Is that the document? Then, of course, I confirm.
And there were 2 versions of this page in the documents batched, labeled batch 3, were there not?
That is correct.
We can see here, can't we, if we look at the top, well, if we look at the bottom firstly, we get the word ending TIAL. Yes?
Correct.
And we can't see the whole word there, can we?
We cannot.
And the word, as much of the word we can see there, begins with the letter D. Yes?
Correct.
And if we look back at the top channel version, and look at the bottom, we can see there the version of that word begins with an N. Yes?
That is correct.
And if we look at the Arbrecht Info version, and look at the bottom, the version of that word there begins with half of a second N. Yes?
Correct?
So this looks like a third version again. And so if we can go back to P106 MFI, please. And if we look to the top left-hand corner, we see there the suggested presence of a staple, do we not?
Could be a staple, yes.
But it looks like a staple that's been pulled open. Do you agree?
It is possible.
Or do you think that's what it is? Allowing for other possibilities, do you think that's a mark from a staple that's been pulled open?
It's possible that this is the mark of a staple.
What else could it be?
Mr. Rees, you're getting to the point of arguing with the witness. She's given her answer twice.
So, would you agree, looking at that document and the Arbrecht Info document and the top channel document, they do not appear to be copies of each other?
I cannot make this assessment.
Well, just look at the top channel document first. Well, I'll put it a different way. It's entirely possible there are 3 different copies from what you've seen.
I have to apologize. Maybe I don't understand the English now. When you say different copies, do you mean copies of the same document or different documents?
Meaning that they could be copies of different physical documents.
Yeah, I can't confirm nor deny. I don't know. As I said, I don't know whether these are copies of each other. It appears to me like that.
It appears to be copies of different physical documents. But you're saying there could be a possibility that they are of the same document?
What I wrote in my declaration, that is what I meant to say, is that the document published appear to be a copy of batch 3, set 1 or set 2.
Appeared to be a copy of a version.
I've only reviewed batch 3 versions, set 1 and set 2.
Well,
I compared it.
And you've seen, haven't you, somewhere between 6 and 10 or 11 versions you found elsewhere, have you not?
I have not compared it with the material published.
And if we look at page SPOE 00222-289,
That is 107 MFI, P107 MFI.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer.
co-officer. And here we get a different version again, don't we? So, for example, if you look at the word at the bottom left of the page, as much as we can see of it begins this time with the letter F.
That's correct.
And if you look at the top of that page, there is again a obvious staple mark. Do you agree?
It appears to be, it looks like it could be a staple mark.
But this time, it appears to be a staple mark in a different location. So if you, Madam Court Officer, if you could put the document SPOE 00220920 alongside that document. You can just about make out on the screen that at the very top of the page there's a thin black line. Can you see that on both documents?
Yes, I can.
And can you see that this obvious staple mark on the page ending 920 is below that faint black line, and on the version 289 the staple mark just straddles that black line?
Assuming it's a staple mark, I concur with what you say.
Well, help us with this. What else is it? Could it be?
You are asking me again? Sorry.
Yes.
What I said before is it certainly could be a staple mark. I cannot confirm that 100%.
Right. But again, so it doesn't look like the version that we see ending 289 is a copy of the version at 920. Do you agree?
Sorry, can you say which one is a version of what? Of which one?
So it does not look like the version ending 289 is a photocopy of the document that we see at ending 920. Do you agree with that?
I can't confirm either way.
Right, it doesn't look like it. Do you agree with that?
Your Honor, the question has been answered already by the witness.
It's like it's for me difficult to confirm what you're saying because I don't agree with your premise that it is impossible that this is a copy of each other. I just don't think so.
Do you think it's, well, you understand I'm asking you these questions because we have been given access to these documents to make any sort of forensic checks ourselves. So you're the only person I can ask about these documents. Do you understand that?
I do.
So you'll have to perhaps do your best in the circumstances, Miss Pumper. Okay?
Well, I'm doing my best.
Thank you. And again, if we look back at the document from top channel, 081385, reduce it, height to fit, please, Madam Court Officer. It looks again, doesn't it, that that is a different document, a copy of a different document to the document we see ending 289. Do you agree?
The document on the left contains highlights.
And no staple mark?
If you want to call it a staple mark, I can't see one on the left side. Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. Well, you accepted that the version ending 289, it's certainly possible that's a staple mark. There's nothing on the version ending 385, the top channel version, that has anything that's certainly possible to be a staple mark, is there?
It doesn't, I can't see anything here resembling a staple mark. Excuse me, may I add something?
Yes. Yes, you may.
That may help the situation. The versions which we seized from the War Veteran Association bear staple holes.
Thank you. Remaining with the document on the left, I think we can close the other 3 documents. Thank you. Can we bring up SPOE 00220920 dash SPOE 00220928.
Your Honours, again, that is P106 MFI for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer.
Page 00220922 of this document. And on the left-hand side, bring up page 081387 of this document. So, last week you made the comparison in direct examination between these 2 documents, and as you said, there is obvious difference in the highlighting in the first 3 sentences. Is that right?
Correct.
We can also see another difference, that an additional difference. We have, don't we, the staple mark in the top left corner of the document, the SPOE document ending 922, which is not present in the top channel version.
I can't see the same mark.
Well, Madam Court Officer, can you enlarge the top left-hand corner of the document ending 081387 to assist the witness?
Sorry, I meant it's not there.
It's not there, thank
Yeah,
you.
I apologize.
And the next page, 081388, please. With, on the right-hand side, the next page of... it's not the next page, it's the page ending 0928. So 00220928. Again, you made the comparison between these 2 pages in direct examination. We can add, can't we? Another difference is the staple mark present on the right-hand side of the SPOE number 220928, not present on the top channel version at 081388.
Yeah, I can't see this mark on the top channel version.
There's no staple mark there, is there? On the page 081388. Should we enlarge it so you can see?
I can't see the mark.
Can you enlarge, please, Madam?
Sorry, I should say it is not there. I
It's not
can't
there,
see
thank
this mark there.
Thank you. We can also see on this page what appears to be highlighting on the top channel version, so on page 081388. In the footnotes, can you see that?
I can see the highlights, correct?
And the highlights have a different appearance to the highlighting we saw, which was obviously manual highlighting on the earlier pages. Do you agree?
Would you please repeat?
The highlighting that we can see in this footnote on page 081388 has a different appearance, doesn't it, to that green highlighting that we saw on the earlier page?
Yes, this appears not to be color, yeah.
Or if it was coloured, it's been photocopied since and come out in grey.
I'm sure there are many options. What I can say, it's not the same. It doesn't look the same like on the
But that's
first
one
page.
possibility. It was highlighted previously and then it's been copied, but in black and white.
Could be.
And indeed, whereas with the earlier green highlighting, would you agree that that was obviously highlighted by hand?
It appears to me.
Yeah. This highlighting, that could be done electronically, would you agree?
That I cannot say.
Well, it's got a uniformity about it, which marks it as different to the obvious manual highlighting where the line was up and down and not a straight line.
I can't confirm either way. It's possible.
We don't know whether that highlighting, well, it doesn't appear to be present on the page and the SPOE 00220928 version. Does it?
From my viewpoint, it does. It's just lighter.
It's just lighter.
Yes.
So the version on the left, the top channel version, might be a copy that's closer to the source in the sense that the highlighting is easily visible in that copy. And the version on the right-hand side, ending the SPOE 00220982, could be a copy of a copy of a copy in which the highlighting is faded. Do you agree with that or not?
Could be.
Can we look, please, at, on the left-hand side, 081389, and on the right-hand side, SPOE 00220923. So again, these are two pages you compared in direct examination. You pointed out the obvious highlighting in green, or well, let's call it green, on the left at page 081389. Again, I'd say that's quite clearly manual highlighting. It's by hand. Do you agree?
Yes.
That highlighting is not present on the version SPOE 00220923. Do you agree?
I agree.
And the additional difference is there's the staple mark on the version with the SPOE number ending 928, and there's no staple mark is there on the top channel version.
There is a mark on one and no mark on the other. Correct.
Can we look, please, at 081386 on the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, SPOE 00220921. Again, two documents you compared in direct examination. The highlighting you pointed out is present on 081386, but not on SPOE 00220921. Can you confirm that there's also the staple mark present on the SPOE document, no staple mark on the top channel document?
There is one mark on the SPO document and no mark on the top channel version document.
Can I can I briefly go into private session at this stage?
Yes, you may. Please go into private session, Madam Court Officer. Now you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honour. 081390 on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, SPOE 00200961, please. I think it's a single-page SPOE document.
Can you repeat the number again, please?
SPOE 00220961. And can you fit height the document on the left as well, please? Madam Court Officer, thank you. So again, two more pages that you compared in direct examination. The top channel version does not have the staple mark that we can see present on the version SPOE 00220961. Do you agree?
There's no mark there, yes. I can't see a mark.
You referred in your comparison in direct examination to the obvious difference in the highlighting of the title of Roman numeral 3, which is present in the top channel version but not in the SPOE version 220961, yes?
It's correct.
You also referred to the highlighting, the use of a black pen in the last sentence of the footnote.
That's correct.
Could we zoom in, please, on the version on the left-hand side, please, Madam Court Officer? And show the footnote at the bottom, please. Thank you. We have there a word at the very end of the footnote that has apparently been written over with a black pen in both versions of the document, yes?
Correct.
But it looks like in the version, the top channel version, somebody has gone over again with a black pen. Would you agree with that? Or can you not say?
It is possible.
Not entirely the same, is it, the line? And certainly one looks greyer than the other, and perhaps faded or not as bold.
It doesn't look the same.
Do you actually know what is underneath that in black? Have you looked at the versions you recovered electronically, or the version that was provided to you by the Deputy Specialist Prosecutor, to see what that is?
It is a continuation of the ERN number, I believe, to recall.
An ERN number?
Yeah. It's like a number,
Right.
continuation of a number.
But we don't know who imposed that black line, whether it was imposed once or twice or more than that.
No, I don't know.
And we can see also, can't we, the suggestion of highlighting other items there in that footnote, yes?
Can you please repeat?
We can see the suggestion in the top channel version, at least, of a suggestion of highlighting for other words or parts of that footnote?
Yes, I believe we can see it in both versions.
In fact, in the footnote above, footnote 200, there's a word which looks pretty inconsequential that's been apparently highlighted. And then two further reference numbers highlighted in footnote 201. Yes? And can we see evidence of that in the SPOE version 220961?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
It appears to me like a lighter version of the same markings.
Yeah. So again, it could be that the version, the top channel version, closer to the source, and the version, the SPOE 220961, a copy of a copy of a copy in which the highlighting is faded, perhaps.
Or a bad copy machine, perhaps.
Well, and if that's right, these versions copied on different machines then?
I don't know, as I said before.
Can we look, please, at, on the left-hand side, 081359-081404. And can we look at page 400, 081400?
There is no such.
My reference is wrong.
Yes.
Can we search the queue for the page 081400? Please.
There seems to be an Albanian version, but not English.
It's, so that range doesn't have the number 081400 in it. So can we search for that specific number? 081400. Item 20, I'm helpfully told by Mr. Bowden in our presentation queue.
Yes, we have that in Albanian only.
Thank you. There we are, thank you. And so if we have that on the left-hand side, please, and SPOE 00220 920 2-220928. if we can go to page 220924, please. Thank you. So again, if we can fit to height on both screens. Thank you. So again, 2 pages that you compared in direct examination. We can see staple mark present, can't we, on the version SPOE 00220924. No staple mark on the top channel version on the left. Do you agree?
There is no mark on the left, yes, correct.
And other than the green manual highlighting, we can also see that the copy on the left-hand side, the top channel version, appears to have the top of the page cut off. Do you agree with that? If you look at the words internal work product.
Yeah, there's parts of that cut off, correct.
Can we look then at the next page, 081401, and on the right-hand side, SPOE 00220925. Obvious differences both in terms of green manual highlighting in the top channel version and also the imposition of what looked like yellow post-it notes in the footnotes. Do you agree?
Yes, I do.
And then staple mark present on the SPOE 00220925 version, but not in the top channel version.
Correct, there's no mark on the top channel version.
Page 801402 now, please. With SPOE 00220926 on the right. Again, 2 documents you compared in direct examination. In addition to the differences in the use of highlighting and a post-it note on the top channel version, which you previously mentioned, there is the staple mark on the SPOE document, but not in the top channel document.
Yeah, there's no mark on the top channel document.
And then we can see again the top channel version appears to have the top of the document cut off.
That is correct.
We look please at ERN 0813. 403, 081403, sorry. And on the right-hand side now, SPOE 00220046 to SPOE 00220947 red. Again, 2 documents you compared in direct examination. The additional difference do you agree, is the presence of staple mark in the SPOE version and not present in the top channel version?
There's some mark on the SPOE version and not on the top channel version.
And we've seen other pages, it's a staple mark, isn't it? It goes right through, it's consistent all the way through the documents.
I don't exclude it to be a staple mark,
Okay.
but I think we won't meet each other that I will say it's a staple mark, because I can't.
Okay. And then 801404, please. And SPOE 00220947. And again, the two documents compared by you in direct examination, but additional differences with the presence of the what looks like a staple mark. You can't exclude it being something other than a staple mark in the SPOE version and not present in the top channel version of the document.
That is correct.
And then there's the highlighting you refer to in green. There's also the black use of what looks like a black pen in the footnotes. But clearly it's bolder in the top channel version than the SPOE version 220947. Do you agree?
I agree.
And in fact, if you look at the second black line, it's clearly a different line because it actually abuts up to the number 0. Can you see that on the top channel version? It touches the 0 that follows it.
Sorry, which footnote are you at?
So if you look at the top channel version,
Yeah?
and if you look at 3 lines from the bottom of the page,
Mm-hmm.
the black line there actually extends to and touches the 0 that follows it.
That is correct.
But if you look at the SPOE version 220947, that black line does not extend as far as the 0. Do you agree?
I agree.
And so they are different. We don't know when either black line has been imposed. Do you agree?
I don't know, yes.
Or by who?
I don't know.
And what is underneath both that black line in footnote 124 and in 128? Do you know?
I don't recall.
If you look at the SPOE version 220947, you look in particular at footnote 124. Can you actually make out the letters that are underneath at the end of footnote 124, or the numerals?
I believe they are figures, like numbers.
Can you make them out?
Not the beginning, but I see could be the last digits, 2708.
Yeah. And we can also see at the bottom of the page, on the top channel version at least, what looks like evidence of highlighting at the very end, the last sentence at the very end of the page,
Yeah, I can see.
which again we can't see. We can't see this time, can we, in the SPOE version 220947?
Looking at it now, no, I cannot.
No. But that looks, do you agree, more uniform in terms of highlighting than in the highlighting in green, certainly,
Yes, I agree.
and indeed in the darker colour also. Do you agree?
You mean on the other version?
Yes.
Yes.
Can we then look at ERN 081414-081422? And SPOE 00221-063. And SPOE 221063 SPOE 0221-063 red. Again, two documents you compared in direct examination. In addition to the, and obviously we're focusing on the image as opposed to the text on the left-hand side. In addition to the difference with the obvious highlighting in green on the left, in the top channel version, there is a staple mark, is there not, on the SPOE document 221063, which is not present in the top channel version.
Yeah, the mark does not appear to be present at the top channel version.
And in fact, if we look at the staple mark on this SPOE document 221063, it's actually in a slightly different, it's orientated in a different way to the staple mark we've seen on other pages, isn't it?
I agree with you.
And then ERN 081417 081422, please. At page 0141. At 9. And SPOE 00221 065 dash SPOE 00221 066 red, please. And if we can look at page 221066. Now, we've got a document on the left-hand side, the top channel version, which has got the numerals 160 written on there in black pen.
That's correct.
Can you help us at all with that? As to when that was imposed, or by who, or
I do not know.
what it means? If it's got any meaning at all?
I can confirm it's page 160.
And then if we look at page 081418, and on the right-hand side, SPOE 00221 065. Again, we've got the obvious difference in the highlighting there. And we've got the staple mark that's present in the SPOE version 221065, not present on the top channel version. Do you agree?
Yeah, I can't see the mark, yes. I agree.
And then finally, ERN 081417 at 081420, please. With SPOE 00221 072 red. Again, 2 pages you compared. In addition to the difference with the highlighting, there is the staple mark on the document SPOE 00221 072, yes? Not present in the top channel.
There's no mark in the top channel version, yeah.
In relation to 081395-081404, if we can pull that up again, please. This article, when did you review it? Can you recall?
I reviewed it for the purpose of writing the first declaration. October 2020.
And if we, can you scroll down through it, please, Madam Court Officer? If we can look, please. Sorry. Carry on, please. If we can look at the English translation, please. An article again by Mohammed Velu of Top Channel, yes? He refers to being in possession of a dossier. He refers to Serbian collaborators in the second paragraph. Yes?
Sorry, where did you read the Serbian
In the
collaborators?
second paragraph, last sentence of the second paragraph of the article.
Yes.
And he refers to the nationality of or ethnicity of persons who died in detention allegedly, and a list of persons said to be victims of offences in 2 areas, including the Berisha Mountains. Yes?
Correct?
There are then details as to locations, names of alleged victims. If we go to the next page, please, Madam Court Officer. Giving both names of alleged victims and locations that are relevant. Next page, please. Continues in giving details of the lists that he refers to. Next page, please. And sets out effectively 3 lists with reference to the images that we have seen and looked at with the highlighted parts, highlighted in green. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Information all from those pages in the document with the SPO logo on the top, yes? Which you assert as internal work product. Do you agree?
Yeah, I can't recall like all these names that they are mentioned there, but it appears to me they're names which are mentioned there.
And that document, that web page, still publicly available. You can confirm on the Top Channel TV web page. Can you not?
I cannot confirm that.
And if we look at ERN-081414-081422, please.
Maybe your last question.
Indeed. Well, may not be the last question, but certainly the last short area of questions.
Oh,
This
okay.
outbreak. And the English translation, please. Again, looking at the English translation, we can see another article from Top Channel reporter Mohamed Velliou, and he is giving further details of what he describes as the contents of the Hague dossier. Yes?
Correct?
And if we go over the page, please. There are then, again, further details that he sets out, information drawn by the journalist, he says, from the Hague dossier. Yes?
Correct?
And then the final page, please. Final page of the English translation, please. Sorry, Madam Court Officer. That is.
That
Thank
is the
you.
final page.
And then references to the photo gallery with those pages from what Mr. Velliou calls the Hague dossier, from which he draws the information for the article, yes?
There's a photo gallery, correct?
And again, you can confirm that that web page is still publicly available in full on the Top Channel TV website, is it not?
I cannot confirm that.
Okay.
Thank you.
We will break for lunch. Ms. Pumper, please be back at 2:30, as we've done in the past. Madam, you may escort the witness out. So we will see everybody at 2:30, the Hague time. Thank you. We are adjourned.
All right. Rice.
Be seated. Madam Usher, you can bring in the witness.
Your Honour, before we do that,
Oh, okay.
firstly, Miss Stevenson is not present in court this afternoon. She was during the morning session, she's not now.
Okay.
Secondly, before the witness is brought in, there's an issue that will arise very quickly in this session, which we had raised previously with the court administration, and we had understood it had been resolved, but apparently it hasn't. There's a video that I wish to play to this witness. It's a video which we requested disclosure of some time previously. It was made available to us, but we were not permitted to have a copy of it. We raised this with court staff last week. We had understood that it would be made available for this session. We couldn't upload it to the presentation queue because we don't have it. I discussed with the court staff that we would upload as part of our presentation queue a blank sheet of paper that had reference to it, which we have done, and that the court staff would have the video available. It does not appear that it is available for this afternoon session. In the circumstances, as regrettable as it is, can I ask that we adjourn for a short period of time so that that video is made available to us?
Not disclosed to you, right?
The SPO contested disclosure. The pre-trial judge ordered that it be made available to us to watch, but we were not allowed to have a copy of it.
I understand that.
So we have seen it. We saw it again last week with court staff, who made it available for us to review again. And it was during the court, at that time I raised the difficulty about, well, we don't have access to it, so we can't put it in the presentation queue. And I was led to believe that it would be then made available for us when we needed it as part of our cross-examination. It's not available. I think it can quickly be made available, I would have hoped.
Somebody told you it would be made available to you?
Yes. And we understood it would be made available for the course of cross-examination.
You can be seated for a moment. Madam Prosecutor, do you wish to be heard on this request? Is there some reason that this video is not available?
Your Honor, this video is subject to an order from the pretrial judge and is filing F00236, paragraph 24. And it can be provided to the court and to the registry if requested. We did not receive any such request.
Microphone, please.
If you are resisting release at this time.
Release
Mr. Reese is making an application to us, in effect, for that, and I'm asking you if you resist that.
An application to provide the video
Provide and put it
via
on.
legal workflow. You mean,
provide it and play it, I assume.
there is no problem in playing the video in court session. In private session, there is no problem at all.
Okay. Answer your question.
It does, but it still leaves the mechanics to be
Well, the
sorted out.
mechanics would have been better if you'd have renewed your application 5 days ago, but if I'm taking you at your word that you were led to believe you would be able to have it today, but I still would have put something on the record. The mechanics will have to be, maybe have to be played late. I don't know what else to do.
Well, as I say, our understanding was that we were entitled to have access to it whenever we wished, but we couldn't physically take possession of it. That was the effect of the pre-trial judge's order. And as I say, we'd raised this with court staff. We'd understood it had been resolved, so it would be made available, even if we couldn't be responsible for doing it.
And it isn't right now, so that will have to be arranged.
So can I ask for a short adjournment so that we can do that?
I don't know how long it would take.
The video is.
Vicky, do you have any? Just a second.
The registry doesn't have.
Am I correct that it is in your possession, in prosecution's possession?
Yes, Your Honor, he's in the SPO's possession, and so far we have made it available to the registry in order for the defense to have access to it on a laptop.
Okay, but to get it so that it can be played for the witness,
Yeah, we
how
can
complicated is that?
we can provide the laptop, which contain the videos as we did so far.
Will that work?
Yes, I think so. I think it will.
Can this be accomplished in 15 minutes?
We believe something around this time, yeah.
Mr. Cadman?
The only question in it being played on a laptop is whether it's going to be visible for everyone to see. If it's just being played on a laptop for the witness, Your Honours are not going to see it, we're not going to see it. I don't see why it can't be put into the presentation queue, so
I wish I could tell you that, but I don't know. Vicky, can you help us in any way on that? All right, Madam Prosecutor, would you have someone bring that down, and we will see if it has the ports available in order to project it. And we'll step aside for 15 minutes so we can have this technical adjustment.
Thank you, Your Honour.
All right. Rice.
Mr. Reese, I'd like you to, before we go ahead, I'd like you to at least state on the record your reason for wanting to run this particular video.
Yes, there are parts of the video of the search which we will ask the trial panel to consider to see whether in fact it was a genuine search. We'd like to explore with this officer what her, with what she'd been tasked, what action she was asked to do, and for reasons I hope will be clear when you see the clips. There aren't many that I wish to show, but they give a flavour. We will ask the witness whether it was a genuine search intended to search for relevant material or not.
And is it your intention to tender this?
As an exhibit?
Yes.
I can do if it assists.
Well, we're not asking you to do it. I'm asking you if that is your intention. Because we're not in a position, rule-wise yet, to tender it, because we haven't gone through the proper steps. But if you want to do that, it's going to be up to you to do it.
Well, I will certainly clarify with her that she appears on the search, that it's a video that was made by SPO officers as they were conducting the search. So the provenance of the video will be clear.
All right, anything else anybody wants to ask? Call in the witness, please, Madam Usher. Be seated, Miss Bumper. Sorry for the delay. Mr. Reese, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honour. Ms. Pumper, at the close of your direct examination, you referred to speaking to two witnesses or potential witnesses, one of whom you said had showed concern about the press conferences held by the KLAWVA in September. The first of those two witness contacts, is it right, took place on the 17th of December 2020, when you were present in a telephone call with also two other legal officers and an interpreter. Does that refresh your memory?
I cannot confirm that date. I don't remember.
There was an official note made of your contact with a witness on the 17th of December at approximately 1400 hours. It wasn't made by you, the note, but it was made by another a legal officer and associate team leader.
I believe I was only in two conversations, one I remember, and I believe you talk about the second one.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you about the second one, but I'm asking you about the first one in the first instance. Well, if I go through the contents of the note, perhaps you can tell me whether that bears any resemblance to the meeting, or whether it jogs your recollection.
Your Honour, the note the Council is referring to bears a confidential classification.
This is a redacted version of the note.
Yes, even the redacted version bears a confidential classification.
Well, can I ask, in those circumstances then, if we can go into private session?
Yes, private session, please.
Thank
Your Honours, we're now in private session.
Mr. Reese, one other thing that I meant to mention before we started on this session. You're going to have to finish with this witness soon. We have other witnesses to come. And I suggest by the end of today, you need to be finished with this witness.
I have given a firm indication earlier, and I will stick to that.
And, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to ask you some questions about a video in a moment. Again, Your Honour, I see no reason why it can't be done in public. Video? Showing the video? No, it will be done in private session.
Microphone, please.
Sorry, it will be done in private session. I wasn't on the mic, so I just repeated it.
I'm glad I clarified the position then, Your Honour. So can we look now, please, at the 25th of September of last year, and the date upon which you were asked to carry out a search at the KLA War Veterans Association headquarters. When were you tasked to carry out that search?
Shortly before.
That day before? Can you help us?
I believe a couple of days before, maybe.
And who tasked you to carry out the search?
Who specifically communicated it to me, I don't remember.
Was it a instruction in writing?
No, I don't think so.
So it was another verbal instruction. Did you record in a minute after you'd received that verbal instruction what you had been told to do?
Like I got a package including a court order to be executed.
Right.
I just wanted to clarify so that I got that sort of in writing.
What else was in this package? The court order, and what else? You said it included the court order.
It included several templates which we ought to use when we conduct a house search.
So templates for
like the search report.
Seizure of exhibits, that sort of thing.
Yes.
But the scope of the search wasn't recorded in writing.
The scope of the search was in the order.
And in your instructions, were you told what you were looking for?
I really have a lack of memory of these details, and I feel uncomfortable now trying to retrieve.
Well, don't guess, please.
That's why I'm telling you.
Yeah. So, if you can't remember, say so, please. So I take it that your answer then is you don't remember what you were told to look for.
I think it was very clear to me what I'm looking for, and I had a court order which states what I'm looking for. So there were conversations, what to look for, and I have passed it on to my team what to look for.
So what were you looking for?
There were in the court order was exactly listed, and from the court order that is what I would have briefed the team on.
Okay. So are you saying right now you simply got no recollection of what you were looking for on the 25th of September last year?
We were looking for materials which were connected to obstruction of an investigation, of our investigation.
Okay. And in what form might you have expected to see such material?
The scope what we were looking at is hard copy, telephone records, telecommunication, IT equipment.
Okay. So hard copy documents, you mean pieces of paper?
Yes.
And some electronic digital material, yep?
Correct.
Okay. So, and this search was to be video recorded, yes?
We video recorded it, yes.
Your Honors, we're back in public session.
All right, we will break for the day. Mr. Cadman, can you give us an indication of approximately how long your cross-examination would take?
Well, Your Honours, first of all, I'll need to consider the application that the prosecution has made, which has just come in the last few minutes, in relation to an additional witness that may affect the cross-examination of this witness tomorrow. What I can say is I certainly don't expect to be all day. I will certainly be more... I'm sorry, I'm not close enough to the microphone. I certainly don't expect to be all day. Obviously, it's going to be slightly more than a Welsh few minutes, but I will certainly endeavour to finish tomorrow, and it may well be half a day.
Then the prosecution will be presenting the witness with the pseudonym, right?
The prosecution will have a few questions in re-examination that wouldn't take more than 1 hour, I believe, and then we would be ready with the second witness, W04866.
And he will be ready tomorrow?
He will be ready tomorrow, yes.
And if possible, the next day, if necessary.
Otherwise on Wednesday, yes.
Any questions by anybody?
Your Honour, I was just confirming whether I heard correctly that the next witness would be ready tomorrow. It's been confirmed.
He will be ready after you're completed,
Certainly.
hopefully, and we'll take it up then. We still have the issue of admissions of evidence tendered but not yet admitted, and we will, instead of taking that up tomorrow, we will, because of the necessity to get these witnesses heard, we will take it up after that. And Ms. Bumper, you are excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You'll have to be back here tomorrow at 9:30.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. There being nothing else, we will adjourn for the day. Question? I'm sorry, Vicki, what? Oh, Mr. Cadman.
Your Honours, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, but there was an application filed yesterday that relates to the reclassification of the transcripts into public. Just to remind you, Honours.
We received that, and we will take it under advisement and rule on it eventually.
I'm grateful.
And Your Honor, we intend to respond on that in writing.
Certainly.
Thank you.
And when will be your, we haven't set a response date, or have we?
Response day, so far we are going with the timing of Rule 76, unless otherwise instructed.
Can we do that on a shorter basis?
Considering that we will be busy in court the whole week, we'll try to do our best. If there is any specific urgency, we'll wait for the court indication on that. I don't see any specific urgency for this particular matter, but if the court states otherwise, we'll adapt.
I will set a time for Friday, and if you cannot do that for some reason, give us advance notice.
Your Honor.
We are adjourned.
All rise.